Take that CME gap, market maker.
Thing is, if we take that gap and the SPY has gapped up and it comes back down to its gap and it goes further down, we're just gonna go further down, man. We need to leave one of these gaps open to go higher. I thought this would be the one, man. Thought this would be the one.
The bottom liquidity is not going to go untaken. Not that
Might as well
much.
take 103 at this point, then.
It's possible. Depends on how much of this gap we take. If we break structure, the weekly high is in my opinion. We just come down, clear the gap, hold structure, and push again. Then we'll have another high tomorrow. I took a nice amount of profits just in case. Oof. Others.
Yo, Trump is tweeting right now.
Take your ass to sleep, Trump.
He said, tell phony Democrat Senator Chris Coons that I'm not offering Iran anything. Unlike Obama, who paid billions under a stupid road to nuclear weapon, nor am I even talking to him since we totally obliterated their nuclear facilities.
Okay. Hey, Trump, you're the only one thinking about this at 3 in the morning, bro. Nobody else cares right now. We don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
He's sleep texting.
Yeah. Like just random at 4 o'clock in the morning. And another thing. Like, what? And needless to say, alts aren't going to take this drop very well. They're already... Others is taking a bit of a hit here. I expect any of the memes that ran kind of hard to be some of the bigger retracements here. Got more to give back. Damn it, Ethereum. Ethereum carved such a big chunk out of this earlier just to give it back. ETH needs to hold here, yo. This is our line in the sand for ETH to reclaim this range. Not, this just ends up being a deviation out of the bottom of the range, very similar to what we did here. Except now we're double topping. This is the range. The deviation I'm talking about. Now is when ETH has to prove that this was a breakout and not a deviation. Meaning you want it to hold the top of this range and push away. If it comes back into this range, then it was a deviation, and we have to target the bottom of the range, which is like 238. Yeah, we're still filling a vector inside the CME gap here. Remember all these vectors. We said it when we popped up. We said chances are they're going to do the same thing they did here. Come back and clear all the vectors, build some short side liquidity, and try to farm shorts.
Oh nah, they causing pain. They always choose violence, dude.
Yeah, let's get those likes up, man. We only got 22 likes and 85 viewers. I'm pretty sure there's nobody else live streaming Bitcoin right now. Gap's about halfway filled. Good thing about clearing this gap completely is at least the algos will be done with their business at that point, right? So we don't have to worry about that constant pressure down. Hey, but we could count on UK, right? I've been saying we haven't been able to count on UK for shit. For at least the last couple months. Yeah, we're getting close to it, K short. Our false move was up, Yash. What we're trying to see is if we break structure. We still have the whole day today to put in a higher high. But if we break structure, then that was it. This will be the weekly high. Or the high for the week, I should say. My opinion.
Yeah, we also got a short week. Friday's a holiday.
Someone just lit something up. I heard that lighter go.
It sounds like an old Lil Wayne mixtape. You know, when you heard that big spark off at the beginning of a Lil Wayne song on the mixtape, is about to be some fire.
There's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, just a little Mary Jane to kick up the melatonin production. All right, that vector is all but taken. I haven't had a dream in a long time, Neve. Nah, it's got to come down to where it opened. I mean, where it closed. Closed at 107.
That's crazy, dude. The speed at which that just took everything away is wild. Spent all weekend watching and grinding, and then boom.
What's interesting to me is the market maker is more than willing to set long positions in this range. And has been doing it for this entire 30-minute candle. If you suffer enough. Alright, so he's kind of poked down through that support. Bounced off the 50 on the hourly though. Still has way more on its vector to go. ETH has the vector all the way down to 2431. Only thing really stopping it is that 50 EMA. Others is catching a little bounce here though. Whatever happened to what happened to H? Huh, interesting. No real big retracement to speak of after this move is crazy.
Bro, that H, that's a trap, bro. They want you to get in thinking it's gonna do something, and then it's just gonna burn you up while it sits. And it'll like edge whichever direction you put in, it'll edge the other way, edge back, edge the other way, edge back. You'll sit in that position like, why am I here? Why is my money disappearing?
Turn and burn.
Yeah.
Tell you one thing, if this
And then
thing
all of a
comes
sudden,
down and gives us that this thing comes down and gives us that handle, swing at it.
it'll do that, and then it'll do some crazy parabolic move to like bait people back in to lose their money to it. At least that's how I feel about it.
Takes 1 second to slap that little button.
Mm-hmm. You catch it at the right time though. I'll probably it's gonna go sideways, and then whenever it's ready to dump, man, that's gonna be a great short. Just gotta catch it at the right time.
No, yes, I think that dip that we looked at on M2. I mean, I could be wrong because we got some time for it to fill out, but I think that dip happens when we reject off of all-time highs. Chronos,
BTC's
at the
rejecting
end of the
most.
day, it's Bitcoin market makers filling that CME gap. With Dom, excuse me, with Dom going up, Alt didn't stand a chance. They're halfway done with that though.
I think it's been running.
Tweak, you want a lower high for the M. Sweep it, market maker. Let's go. Stop playing games with these people.
It's Dbloc. When you zoom out on Bitcoin, have you noticed like that bull flag from 74K? Like it looks like it just rejected off of that
Yeah,
top of that channel again.
yeah. No, I'm not in the short, Steve, but I took profit, so I'm waiting to compound. I'm looking for a 3-day retracement here. I'll know better once we break support. Until we break support, there's a chance that we come up and grab these liquidations at 1092 and put in our weekly high. But if we break support, that was it. That was our false move. That was our weekly high. If you look at the title of the stream, that's why it says 24-hour expiration. Right, our false move typically ends Monday around the end of US session. So doesn't mean that it can't top earlier, but as long as we haven't broken structure, there's still a chance that we do the same thing we did here. Yeah, me too. Even though I don't think it'll get up there, but I'm surprised that exchanges didn't come grab this Bitcoin. Right, there's Bitcoin for sale up there, and exchanges are really low on BTC right now. So I thought they would make that push before closing CME. Yeah, they just made the calculation that they'll come get it later. And there's so much liquidity to the downside that they're definitely not missing out by waiting. Nah, too late for that. we're breaking this angular from our ride up. It's really the only decent place if you wanted to short the breakdown of this. The problem is that you got significant support right here, which is the structure that we're sort of looking at, right? If this breaks, that structure breaks, you're probably coming all the way down to 106, grab all these liquidations. And if that structure breaks, then this is probably the high for the week. If they're gonna attempt to make another high for this false move, they'll do it above here. In my opinion. Yeah, I appreciate it, River. We've already made short work of that gap.
So you don't think we're gonna have a 3-day down after the move up, or the move up just isn't done yet?
Yeah, I mean that's what we're trying to figure out, right? Have we started our 3-day down, or are they gonna try to give us one more high? We still technically have a day left, right, where it could happen and still fall within the metrics of like what we look for. My assumption, and it's just an assumption, my assumption is if they break support, chances are that was it. If they manage to hold above and go for another swing, then we know that, we haven't seen the top of our false move. But if we start coming down underneath where we trapped on the weekend, chances are we're already starting our 3-day swing down. They might make the calculation that, again, this part is like totally speculative, but since markets are closed on Friday, they might make the calculation that let's get the 3-day retracement out of the way instead of, wasting one of the days. And then that way they can set the trap on Thursday instead of Friday. But that's just pure speculation on my part. All I know is Asian session ended and the algos made a beeline for that CME gap. Excuse me. Actually, they did it. They did it on, yeah. They did it on the overflow for Asia. Okay, so the end of Asia is when UK sort of bleeds into Asia. And the last thing they did on their way out of the office was try to get us back down into that CME gap.
Is the overflow that little gap?
Yeah, the little blue. Well, no, like the blue. See how there's blue at the end, and then so US sort of also jumps into the game right at the end of UK. UK jumps into the game right at the end of the US. UK stays in the game through most of US. So these are just high volume sort of times in the sessions.
I wonder why they wait till the end. It was like dead before.
Yeah, it really did just kind of run. They ran their normal sort of range, like they typically range. Remember I told you though, Asia's kind of like mom. Like, she's the one that typically comes in and takes care of all the mess that the kids made on the weekend, handles the CME gap. I'm just surprised that they waited till the last minute to do it. Yeah. Remember, one of my favorite trades is this trade reversed. When we come down and there's a CME gap above and Asia session starts, like I love taking that trade into CME gap. But they did take their time up there. That's for sure.
I wonder if they would dump things again on 4th of July. I don't know if last year it was like a big dump on 4th of July, but I don't remember any, like, there wasn't any news event. It was just 4th of July, and it, like, I don't know, I was
I
having a
remember that one. There was no news, and it just kept dumping, and it wouldn't stop dumping. I kept trying to
I was
catch every bottom.
watching the market, and I wasn't mad at my friend, but I was like, I wish you had called me so I could buy the dip. And he was like, oh, but you were having a barbecue.
I didn't even go see the fireworks. My girlfriend was having like something going on. I was like, I can't. Market's dipping, and it dipped nonstop all day.
I didn't even know. I was like, I didn't look at it all day. Yeah, I remember that. Was that the only year that happened?
I don't remember 4th of July specifically being something that I've worried about. So yeah, I would have to assume it's not. It doesn't happen every year, but guess we could just go back in the chart and look. But there shouldn't be any specific reason why 4th of July has.
Yeah, I remember people were confused. They were like, why is this happening now? Like, nobody, it was not expected. It was like, this is weird. No
Yeah,
news.
there was
Could
zero
it
narrative, zero news. It was just like it was a straight dump, like all day long.
could it literally just be like lack of attention? Like there's only so many
I
people
mean,
trading at that time,
we're
and
in the
people are
summer. It's already low
volumes.
volume. You know what I mean? It's a holiday weekend.
Mhm.
If that all lines up with somebody deciding to sell a nice size bag, it could, it's like the perfect storm if it all lines up because of those things. So it could have just been something specific to this year.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's a good time to kind of let price
Sometimes
drift
I
back
think I've heard you
down,
say,
our
like,
size
in
cool
the
off, and
everyday
all of that
life, you're
too,
loud,
right?
but maybe it's
I
just
think you have
compared to
somebody muted.
me.
Yeah.
Oh, who's talking?
How was this? All good.
Yeah.
You got it, kills.
I can only hear you.
Yeah. Discord might have muted somebody. With the red devil, the profile with the red devil emoji thing.
You can tell her hold.
Nah, just I figured it'd be easier for her to find that she's looking.
Yeah.
Was it Crypto Big, the guy who was talking before? Because I could hear him before.
No, hold with the red. He's got a red.
Oh, I know who that is. Okay, I can find it.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, Spot played a little bit. Steve, this whole move was decent, right? This whole move was supported by Spot. It just, you know, we lost volume. And then we got some good sell volume there at the end.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am off to bed. Have a good night and a good manic Monday.
Take it easy, man.
You did the same.
Yo, some of these memes actually bouncing pretty hard. Like Popcat just had a full recovery. Whiff just had a full recovery.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know, Neve. It's broken. I gotta do it like this. Something about the way I have my shit set up is like doesn't play nice with the tape.
Are you still bullish on Cypher?
Yeah. Yeah. Me, I haven't even
I
looked
know
to see what retracement it got.
there were like a bunch of articles saying that it was the chosen like stablecoin blockchain for Wyoming. So I ended up going to the Wyoming stablecoin whatever website on
Just
Twitter.
one of the
And
candidates.
yeah, that's what I found out. I was like, oh, there was one tweet where like the first line kind of it sounded like that, and if you read like the rest of it, um, and then there were like a ton of articles saying that like say it was the chosen, or it was but there's like 10 in the running, including like Soul, ETH, Sui, much bigger ones. So I wonder if the bullishness will last.
Steve, the market makers are the ones that provide liquidity. That's their job. Right. If they don't provide liquidity, then you have to go on the book. OTC is about to run out soon. They've been killing it. And like I said, BTC volume on exchange is super low too. That's the problem, right? When it gets low, they shake out. And then they shake out, it gets out of the hands of the weak, goes into the strong. And then every time they shake out, you get less and less of an effect. Until there's just so much Bitcoin in long-term holders' hands that price can do nothing but go up. Let's pull our CME gap down to what's already been taken. Try to retest this 50 to make sure we meant to break. Remember, if we hold without breaking structure, chances of us making a higher high before tomorrow's over are really good. Yeah, Steve, that's why I was surprised that they would retrace without coming to grab this Bitcoin. Right? I know they need it. And if you look at the sell orders, there's probably, look at this, there's even more at this point. So you're going to tell me that they're going to come around and they're going to leave all this Bitcoin on the books when they could bring it on exchange if they needed to. And they need to. They definitely need to.
Do you think that angular trend line might hold before finishing this?
It could. We could just hold right here. This is the top of our weekend trap where we caught on. And the support that we built right here. And being trapped on, under there all weekend. So it doesn't even need to hit the angular. That's a decent enough space for it to have support on its own.
Yo, memes are actually bouncing. With just made a new high.
Nice. Hey. This is a little quick glance at the portfolio. Let's
Yo,
go
the,
to
the
last
amount of
hour.
volume, have you looked at the amount of volume that Farcoin is doing on Coinbase right now? It's ridiculous.
It's dumb.
It's doing more than Doge at a small. It's doing way more than Doge already.
Crazy. Does anybody have Launchcoin from when we talked about it? Remember when I came and I was like, this new narrative on Sol? Did anybody buy around that time and still holding?
I'm in a long on it from around 10 cents, but I wish so. Made 30% today.
Accumulating, man. You know, it's fun to scalp fiat, but when shit's strong like that, nothing beats a nice big bag. Just the flexibility it gives you, you know what I mean? There's so many different strategies you can play. You say you're adding to your soul position right now? What's it doing? Did it take a nice dip? I think it's gonna, I think it breaks structure though. If Bitcoin does take this ride down, I'm looking to pick up Sol at like 148, 147. I mean, it's not that much further away. But yep.
Yo, Dbloc, what's your main target for Bitcoin again? Like 140?
150 is like my base case. Just to give it a round number. About 150. 150 is my base case between $6 and $7 trillion market cap. Right, so a better way to answer it is I'm looking for like between 6 and 7 trillion market cap. If we get to 10 trillion, then we could start thinking about 175, 100, you know?
Yeah.
But we'll see that amount of money come. It's not going to sneak up on us. Like, we will see total market cap going crazy and be like, okay, this is different, you know? But at the very least, knock on wood, I'm looking for a double up on total market cap. So we were at like 3 trillion, right? During the last run. So double it to 6. That should get us to about 150.
Yeah, I didn't notice this bull flag with the flagpole. So I just noticed it probably yesterday. I knew that we were in this channel, and I realized that was like an entire flagpole down from 74. And that measure move is like right around exactly 142. Like that's a whole flagpole, and then it's in that, and that's the flag. It's just flagging right now. I didn't realize because I never really zoomed in or zoomed out. Zoomed out.
And that's
And
right where my sell zone is. In between 138 and 159ish.
yeah,
And
to
this
do
is
like a
before all of this, right? Like before that flag even existed. So if we draw our flag out. Draw our pole. This is beautiful when things work out like that, you know? Like you don't know how you're gonna get there, but you know that everything is pointing in that direction, and then as time goes, it starts to sort of form out. Right? Like you're like, oh, okay.
And look where Bitcoin's at right now. It's right at that yellow. What will Trump say? Getting into that zone.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
getting into the
pullback.
part where we could have a pullback. Looking for a pump into a pullback, but that could have been it. If we look at remember the 105-day offset? Remember, I've never changed it. Right, and I said, while everybody else is playing with the 75-day offset, everybody else is playing with all that other shit, I'm going to stick to the 105-day offset. And I said, the reason that I'm doing it is because the reason that we left early was because of the 90-day pause. This is when we got the 90-day pause news. So I didn't feel the need to grab M2 and change the offset to bring it here to excuse the fact that, you know what I mean? Like people on Twitter were doing it and saying, oh no, we're on the 75-day offset. Like, no, you're just trying to excuse the fact that Bitcoin took off before you thought it was going to. Everybody was on a 105-day offset because it was, you know, good before. Now you're trying to be smarter than the average bear. When if you just give it time, when the pause news wears off, we'll catch back up with M2. And literally look at what we've done. Like in time, we're at the point where we're going to get to where we were saying before, what will Trump say? Because the pause is coming to an end. And there's that downtrend.
But where does that dip go to on M2?
You
Is
can't
that like 103?
you can't use M2 to find a target price wise. It's not going to work because we're stretching to get the time. It doesn't work. But what it does tell you is that it's a lower in what you call it, it's a lower low, right? Before it takes off. Remember, this doesn't mean that price follows it. It means that the underlying liquidity is going down. So if there is no liquidity at that time, if nothing happens, it's easier for price to move down. Because there's a bit of a lull, right, in the flow. So, I don't know. What will Trump say?
He seems on edge, man. See, like he's tweeting at 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. I don't know what he's up to.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, so not only now do we have the measured move that takes us to the sell zone. But I believe when I put it on automatic, let me make sure. So my measured move takes me to my sell zone, and M2 pumps through it. Right, meaning even after when I'm thinking of taking profit, M2 is still going up. How much confidence that gives me? Because that means that up to my last TP, I'll be able to sell into a pump, right? Where I won't be scavenging, hoping that somebody wants to buy my coins. Like, no, it's still going. And if, for the super cycle guys, because I already hear your minds ticking right now. Once we get up to these ranges, price-wise, M2 will either have done this or still be doing this. And if it's still doing that, then yeah, obviously I'm going to make different decisions here when it comes to what. I might just go all Bitcoin and just ride the wave at that point. You know what I mean? If we are still going up on M2, that is. But hopefully what happens is when we start getting into this range, M2 is already coming down. So it'll be easier to finally, for one bull market, be able to convince people that please take some profit. You know what I mean? It's not going to last forever. Good night, Doc. Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep here soon, too. I need to stay on this schedule. I'm already up later than I should.
Hey, Dbloc, I've been away, so I'm sure you commented on this, but I want to hear your opinion on like what your initial reaction when Trump did his F-bomb.
I didn't even catch it, bro.
Oh man.
I was literally listening. No, I mean, like, I was watching it, and he said it, and I didn't catch it until everybody, and then I was like, oh shit, yeah, he did.
Well, with like AI, I had to really research it because I was like, man, this is AI or whatever, you know, this can't believe anything anymore. So, but yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. You can tell he's really frustrated.
That was funny as shit.
I love it though, man. I love how like all these patterns of what a president's supposed to be, or all these things are being broken.
Those things do backlash, though. You know,
They do, but
this could start a a move back towards decency and blah 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 blah. You know, people wanting their president to be prim and proper, and you know, the next president that stands up that's qualified and presidential is probably gonna win just off of nostalgia's like sake. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but I kind of feel people wanted that old school, like Bush era, Obama era presidential behavior. They wouldn't have voted Trump back into office. I think people are like beyond that. They're just like, it hasn't done us any good.
Yeah, people don't care.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll go back or if what we're gonna see now is like a left populist that breaks all the rules, but for the other side. So I feel like that's
I think what
I feel like
happens
there's
is
gonna be a
both
lot
sides.
of resentment from one side to the, you know what I mean?
I think both sides
Sorry,
come off of the extremes. You're not gonna run, in my opinion. What happens is the Dems during the next election don't put up somebody that's extreme left. I think they're gonna put up moderate.
Yeah, it's true. The DNC is pretty like Loctite on who they put up. So
I mean, let's be honest. There's really no stars, right? So you're not gonna come in and wow people with like a equal personality to, I guess, who? Oh my God, who's it gonna be? You think it's gonna be what's his name?
It's gonna be Pete. It's gonna be Pete. I'm voting for Pete.
Oh my God, no, I mean on for the Republicans. You think it's gonna be
Oh,
I
it's gonna
can
be
Kanye West.
I
it's
can
gonna be
never.
JD Vance for
That's what I'm
sure.
saying. You think it's gonna be
Yeah, man.
Vance?
I think it's gonna be Vance. What do you call it? Trump is the what do you call
No,
it? VP.
like all those memes are actually helping him.
I haven't really
Yeah.
noticed what they're memeing. Vance is getting memed heavy.
Oh man,
Yeah,
the
but
last I saw was a great looking couch. Oh man, that couch was hot. I would have bent her over.
Hey yo.
I mean,
Yeah, I
they're
missed
memeing
all of
him
those.
on his looks. Like they don't meme him on his policies. They meme him on his looks. So like that never works. It may be funny for a while, but and I'm not a Vance fan. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
come up with some substance.
it's an easy one. He's a fake tough guy. Like that's what should be the. Like he gives me fake tough guy vibes. But
And he
other
was
than
chubby in
that,
high school, so
yeah, he's got like a punchable face and shit. But yeah, you could do better than look. You can do better than looks.
More tax breaks for rich
All of these
people.
guys, bro. All of these guys should be ridiculed and clowned and held to the fire.
but I think people are like, did you see the one where with the Pope where he's like in this like demonic like outfit and he's walking around the Pope and stuff?
Yeah.
Like it was so freaky, man. It was like all gothic and the creepy.
You know, he was the last person to see the Pope before he died.
That's why they made it. That's why they made the meme because they kind of feel like he had something to do.
I mean,
Things don't just happen anymore, bro. Everything is part of something bigger, don't you know? That's how the world works now in people's eyes.
yeah, I can't say it didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Hey, when people can die from eating peanut butter, you could do anything to anybody, man. I'll never forget that movie, The Jackal, where that guy was like he painted the car and he like put some poison on the like license plate, and the FBI agent went over there and touched the license plate, and he like instantly started foaming at the mouth just by touching the license plate.
I mean, you gotta think we just had like a straight up political assassination happen. That like, yeah, there was a manifesto, but it's like there wasn't really a whole lot of why Bear did it. And then, yeah, I don't know, man. Like
Hmm?
the
We took a left somewhere. I don't follow.
the political assassination in
No,
Minnesota.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like I'm just saying, like I'm not saying that that's like a huge conspiracy, but like you can't factor it out, right? Like it's a bit of a
That's
like
not what I'm
crazy
talking
time.
about. If some politicians get killed, then there's yeah, there's obviously something to look into. But if a lightning hits tree and it's in your mind, it's a weather machine. Like everything
Oh
is,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
That's so true. That's so true.
no,
Earthquake
bro.
machine.
Listen, I'm telling you, it's bad out there, bro. Nothing ever just happens anymore. I was having this argument with my friends in the group chat earlier. I was like, so shit just doesn't happen anymore, huh? Crazy doesn't exist. Shit just doesn't happen for no reason anymore. Everything happens for some huge secret reason, and y'all know about it. You guys,
Yep.
I mean,
you guys figured it
you
out. You three. I'm like, I can't do this.
like that's then like I definitely don't presume to know. You know, I
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
it's been a crazy
No,
year.
I was
That's all
talking
I'm saying. Like,
specifically to my homeboys
yeah,
because these guys are morons,
yeah,
bro. So it's like,
But
if you three
yeah,
figured it out,
I
listen,
know
it's
this. Like,
not some top secret freaking global conspiracy, okay?
but we could all agree the tempo has increased for people doing crazy shit.
Yeah,
or
and
the
we
or
see
the
all of it.
or the pace of news, right? Like, or the ability of news to collect that information, or like, you know what I'm saying? Which could that like, so it
Listen,
could be that.
I'm gonna tell you the one thing that nobody wants to admit, but that's absolutely true. We're all responsible for our own algorithms. Okay?
Yeah,
So if all you're seeing is crazy shit, it's because whenever crazy shit pops up on what you call it, you see it, you like it, you send it to your friend, you jump in the comments like, what the hell did this crazy chick just do?
No, I'm talking
well,
about
I'm talking like,
my
yeah, I
entire
don't,
adult life. I have neither cheered for bombing Iran or not bombing Iran. I was just wondering, like when is it going to happen? The United States doesn't, and they finally did it. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
crazy
yeah,
stuff I'm talking about.
yeah.
Like
yeah, but
years and decades of not doing anything, and all of a
that's
sudden,
true,
out
though.
of within 2 years of a presidential candidate almost being assassinated twice. I'm not cherry picking the bad news. I'm completely aware that, if I'm in my bubble, I'm just saying there's first time things that are happening that have never happened in my adult
Yeah,
life. That's all I'm saying.
like
I,
like I avoid internet news just because misinformation on so many levels. And it's so easy for that like to be spread and all, but like I'm talking like the stuff that the actual like mainstream news is picking up and putting, and like I would assume that they've probably improved their algorithms and their ability to like sift through data and then report on stories, if that makes sense. So like I don't know if it's like necessarily that like the world's that much crazier, or if that we get that information like spoon fed to us that much faster too. You know? Like at least on a national level. I don't know about like I'm sure that like it's a little bit crazier. Like the current state of the world that we're in right now is a bit insane, but um like a lot of this stuff, you know, has like happened, although it wasn't so much on the like political assassinations, and the assassinations of like high profile people by like individuals, right?
They used to keep
Um
that shit secret.
yeah.
I heard somebody, Jake, I heard somebody when they were bombing Iran, when we dropped that thing on Iran, I heard somebody say that was Trump trying to force Powell's hand. He knows. They know that they're going to
No.
shut down the strait. And they shut down the strait, oil prices are going to go up, and then Powell's going to have to cut. Trump is a genius. I'm like, bro,
Yeah,
this
dude,
has kind of been
that
an
goes into
issue before interest rates.
dude, that goes into like wag the dog territory right there.
Yeah. You got to
if you think
respect
about it
that, the
though,
way
right?
somebody's brain works. So you go straight to that. It's like, okay, you're about as screwed up as I am. That's cool.
If you look at it though, Trump really needs interest rates to go down because if his big beautiful bill passes, we're just talking mass inflation all over again.
Well, he needs.
So
There's they got to pay the rates coming, right? You got to pay your interest coming up. So every 0.25 they said is 300 billion. So not cutting is basically costing him 300 billion that he wants to spend on his big beautiful bill, but won't be able to because Powell is being a meanie face, and he won't.
Meanie face.
He won't cut rates. Called him a donkey the other day, bro. Like this is where
Oh
we're
my
this is where we're
god,
at.
dude, this is
I love it though. I mean, it is
so
what
do
it
I,
is what it
man.
is. Like, what a time to be alive.
I know. I mean, geez.
what a sad state to be in alive. I mean,
Yeah, but the things that are
come on.
sad were sad well before Trump. I think Trump feels like he's the person to come in and fix it.
Bro,
I don't know if he is,
if I
but
gotta be up at 3:45 talking about this shit, I'm glad at least it's funny.
it is, man. I'm at this point. I'm just. What can you do? Like what? Like all you could do is vote, and you can like
Yeah,
maybe
you vote and then you
do,
watch what happens.
donate some charity, do the thing you can at your local soup kitchen, whatever, maybe donate some of your crypto to your favorite cause. But you gotta laugh because you can't. I mean, I get worked up over it because I'm just frustrated because I have children and I want them to have a chance of some civility or whatever. But like when they're not around, I'm laughing.
I try not to get too deep because I'm like, I really don't care either way. Like, I'm right in the middle. So it's like really easy to just kind of go both sides and to getting upset. But trying to hold this shit together in here. God, if this wasn't my channel, it was on somebody else's channel though.
No, dude, that's I'm a quarter of way I would be. Like I got practice because I work for a company that's
I
very
gotta open a
progressive and
kick
very
stream for
liberal.
y'all so you guys can just go in there and go nuts.
But I have practice because I have to hold my tongue at work, so it's easier for me to hold my tongue.
I just learned nothing good comes out of it at the end of the day, really.
At least with Trump, it's like, for all to be said, like, he doesn't do everything behind closed doors. It's super entertaining because like he just lets the intrusive thoughts like out and then turns them into legislation.
Bro, Trump has
like,
been running a Twitch subathon for 90 days, bro. He is on stream every day for at least a couple hours. The dedication is insane.
Dude,
it's crazy.
The amount of
There's no
content
single day.
the amount of content that we've gotten. How many press conferences, bro? Like the poor press, they used to not doing shit. They used to coming in like once a month, asking a couple questions.
That's what Asmongold was like saying. He was saying that Trump is the content president and Vance will be the meme president.
But you know what? Like, as entertaining as it is, it's also equally entertaining to watch him when he's frustrated. Because it's like, he's like doing stuff that you're not supposed to do and has been burned by the pan a few times. And he just keeps going back in.
Well, part of it, bro, is like 50 Cent is our president. It's amazing.
I mean, though,
saying,
but
like,
Dbloc,
Kanye 2028, right?
your stance on these issues though is what invites these conversations. Because if you were like a crazy right-wing dude or if you were a crazy left-wing dude, I wouldn't want these conversations because I wouldn't want to listen to your lecture or spill for your side, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, I think it's like
I definitely
the
keep
most
my more
valuable
controversial takes to myself.
Oh shit.
As I mean, I
Mo-
think
what-
everybody should, right? Because who cares, bro? Nobody cares what we think, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, for sure. I see most of that stuff is just like about rallying up people to be mad at each other. It's stupid. But like the craziest like bit, is like there's like the actual skill set that is being calm in chaotic times, right? And with chaotic politics, it's like constantly like, especially when you're talking about trading in a market that's also, representing that chaos in forms, and it's like super, super powerful, right? And I think that's like anywhere you are, no matter what the chaos is, right? Like it's super important to be able to keep a calm, rational mind through it, and to be able to see through like that noise.
Bro, I've seen people miss entries because some controversial shit happened and they spent 30 minutes arguing about it instead of thinking, where do I set my stop loss? Not only that, I've seen people with really good TA get completely ostracized because of their political beliefs. And not that it's like, anybody should be ostracized for their political beliefs, but it's just the way you talk to people, right? You can be very off-putting when you're like try to push your agenda all the time. And it sucks because now nobody wants to hear shit. I don't care if you know exactly where price is going, bro. I just want to hear you talk. You know what I mean? It's like, and then, now you lost, you lost some good TA, and then you lost all your credibility on anything else because of all these wild opinions you have. And the fact that you think that everybody needs to think how you think or they're stupid.
that's a bit sad, right? It's like we've lost as a society the ability to like I don't know listen
Disagree.
to each other and absorb, yeah, and like absorb and gain knowledge from that disagreement or agreement or just like respecting someone else regardless of their opinion enough to see their value and truth, right? Like that's a like
That's why I
I mean
have the
that
rules that I have in the chat. Like if you look at the rules for the, and everybody should have at least looked at the rules once. But one of the rules is specifically for that.
I mean, that's why I wait for Dbloc to get his TA out of the way. Like he was making comments about how he probably gonna go to bed soon and running out of material to talk about. And then I try to ask a question that's funny related to Trump. And I know it's political because Trump's a politician, but like I'm not gonna ask Dbloc, what do you think about the latest bill going through and your, like it's a personality thing. It's just funny. It's just entertaining.
Yeah.
well, yeah, like that's the
Rule
best
number
part.
one under Insta ban rules, which should be pretty important because it is rule number one, just basically says we're all adults from different backgrounds. That person you have an issue with might be the one that has the answer you need to increase your profits. Don't be an idiot. Leave your preconceived notions at the door. Jokes are jokes, but hate is hate. And we're grown enough to know the difference. We can all know when it gets past that point. Like I've heard people on here get to the point where they're damn near growling at each other. Like, yeah, you gotta chill.
I've been that way, and I realize it's not my
Yeah,
channel, so I try hard to just be very surgical. I
yeah,
don't always, I don't always succeed, but I try. I'm making an effort.
me too. But like even like I'm pretty sure whoever else, I've got respect for that person, you know. And like a long time learned that like a lot of times the people that you disagree with are the ones that have the most to teach you because a difference in opinion is also a difference in perspective, right?
Well, the thing
So
is, if we were all in one room, it wouldn't be difficult at all,
yeah,
right? We do it every day. Every people do it every day when they go to work. But something about being behind the screen and you know how that goes. And I mean, I
yeah, I
don't know.
think it's all
Maybe some of y'all go off at work too, but I don't think so.
it depends. Depends on
I
why, but
mean, the company I work for doesn't tolerate toxicity. So whatever subject that got you to be toxic, they don't care what it was. Like if you're clever enough to talk about your politics in a respectful way, where you're like passive aggressive, which tends to be really popular in the corporate world, then so be it. But people could be silently offended,
Yeah.
right? But if it's, if it's not a direct like attack on someone and you're not, there are people that don't talk any politics at work and they're more toxic than any of the political people because they're just arrogant or whatever. So it's just a rule to just treat people with respect.
yeah, I worked in a restaurant where like I would have sometimes like the head of the DNC and the head of the RNC sitting at two ends of my bar. And so like at some point, you know, I'm still providing them a service and like if nothing else, it's very interesting seeing the difference in perspective, right? But you still gotta maintain that like genuine genuine interaction and engagement, uh, and put aside politics, even though that is the conversation sometimes, right? So
Yeah, it's impossible
and
not to talk about politics when you're talking about money.
yeah, and some of the people I respect the most were politically different than me, like but they treated people with respect, and that's like huge, man. Like I don't care, you know, if you treat somebody with respect, 9 times out of 10, politics isn't going to be the thing you're going to get messed up over. And if it is, like, you might want to consider how division is affecting your life and your interactions and your choices.
Well, I said
Like,
this before that tribalism is actually more dangerous than politics. Like I know plenty of people that are very open-minded and they have a political lean, but they're not stuck in their bubble. Like they're willing to listen and they're actually gentle with you, right?
Bro, I saw
Mhm.
this lady and her kid walking after the game the other night. They had on Pacers jerseys and they were literally getting harassed, bro, for like 3 city blocks. Slapping the hat off the kid's head, screaming at the lady, throwing popcorn on her. It's like, bro, that's a woman and her child. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
dude.
Like, I get it. Like, enemy team, jersey, rah, 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 get them. But at the end of the day, that's a woman and her child. And there's like 40 men and women screaming at this lady.
Dude, it
Yeah.
literally goes back to Neanderthals. I mean, you see it in wildlife, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a biological thing
Mob
or
mentality.
whatever.
All the rules go out of
Yeah.
the window in a mob.
Yeah, but to me, if you allow, if you're so weak minded that you can just like skip past all of the like base level triggers that should tell you that you're doing something wrong, right? It's a, you know, it's still a choice, man, and not everybody is willing to hold account to their choices, right? And that's kind of, I think, like a lot of how we got to the place that we're at in the first place, right? It's just everybody's looking for someone else to blame, and so when you have tribalism always finds a way to pin it to the other side, right?
I
And to
mean, dude,
justify oneself
I
too.
mean, I've been finding more and more people, though, man, that are willing to talk about both administrations equally. I'm finding more and more, I don't know what you want to call them, center or middle or nonpartisan, but I'm finding more and more people are willing to call a spade,
Yeah.
regardless.
That's why I think they
Well, I think
go. That's why I think they go center during the next election. At least the Dems. I don't think that it's going to be hard for the Republicans to go center if Vance is coming in. But I think
Hey,
the
free
Dems
market
make an
open in
attempt and
1
go
minute.
center.
copy that. Yeah, I think a lot of that is because of how the last time when Trump was in office, like things were scary around the country. Like we were pretty close to like breaking out into civil war in a lot of places, Um, and I'm sure a lot of people did a lot of things that they are not comfortable with during that time, right? Like they think about or had time to think about after. And yeah, man, like
I mean, dude,
I
I've
don't
thought
know.
about this a lot. And if COVID didn't cause civil war and mass deportation of immigrants hasn't caused civil war, I think people are too busy up playing with their phones, man, and doom
People are
scrolling.
too broke. I don't
I,
know how to explain this to y'all. People are still trying to figure out how to feed their kids, but I don't got no time for none of
yeah,
this political shit for the most part.
That's how it works, right? Like that's how they've continued to maintain society for so long, even with all the holes in it. But I will say, like, the thing that scares me the most about like the deporting thing is
Let's
just
not get too
the
deep into it, bro, before we
it's
start
it's not
something.
it's not even about that. It's just like the fact that our agencies, none of them show their face anymore. And that part is like concerning. That's it. Like we just
do
gotta
you
be
know how many
mindful.
cameras are on every corner now? I don't blame people.
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, and also I'm sure that it is because of, you know, they feel like targets too, right? And I'm sure that that's the case. But it is like it's scary times, man. It's been for a while. This isn't like just this presidency, right? Like this has been getting here for a while.
I know, man, but you've had
Yeah,
cities burning, and we still
yeah,
didn't go to civil war.
yeah. No, I agree. I'm not. I don't think it's a so like I'm not an accelerationist, man. Like, but I think we were close, and that part, I think, I think when people really step back and think about like, yeah, it's rah rah, but like, a lot of if you have to look around your like, house and think about what it would be like if it wasn't safe, right? Every day for extended amount of time, You know,
Well, you should
that's a
be
good
thinking
reason
about
for
that
people to have
anyway.
it.
For
Yeah,
But we have
yeah,
people in this
but like,
Discord that just had to spend the last month with sirens and rockets going off above their houses.
oh
yeah,
yeah,
and I mean, you always have
yeah,
an exit plan, right? You don't dwell on it. You don't get in the corner and like act like you're Rambo, but you put some thought process, and then it's not about civil war. It's like just the supply chain being cut off due to an earthquake, or people do
oh, of
crazy
course,
stuff to people when they're starving, right?
yeah. But
It's a rich man
I guess I'm
perspective.
happy that I think that it's gotten people to a point where they're willing to talk a little more, and like that's a good thing ultimately. Like that's what we want, right? We want people to be able to have a conversation without absolutely hating each other or shutting each other off when they're talking. 'Cause that's the biggest part. Like that's I think what fuels it more than anything. It's not even the political differences. It's the feeling like the other person isn't hearing you or willing to hear you. And so like what's the point, right? That's how like it got to a point where we were just fighting in the streets, man. Tough.
Little flash alert, market just opened to new all-time highs.
I'm still looking for those target twos we were talking about live, but I needed to stand up.
Yeah. New Nvidia, new all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
United Health at 110. Major pop of the 50 core stocks I have, 49 are up.
It's crazy if Nvidia is going to have to like split again in a couple hundred more.
Nvidia will be 220 within 2 years, and 5 years 460. Be a $6 trillion company. It's already the biggest company in the world, except one that only has 10% of their market value on the market.
Microsoft's about to hit 500. Woo.
Microsoft and Amazon are probably going to dive because of the tariff issue with Canada.
Yeah, but short term. But
That's $8 billion. They'll pass the cost over the consumer, but still, that's going to be huge.
that's what I mean. Short term, they'll bounce.
Mm-hmm. But how much more innovation can those companies influence human behavior versus chips?
Well, I mean, Nvidia has a big target on their back. If Taiwan does get invaded, which it's very possible, it's no longer
Just
a
move the
very
scientists. Just move the scientists.
well. That's what I've been saying, and so I really deep dived into that. It's not as easy as you think. I thought it would be just move everything over to the United States, but it's a lot more complicated. I mean, I know
No,
it's more
yeah.
complicated than that, but like, I like look, I wish we would just leave them a big island with nothing on it.
How many scientists did it take to invent the atomic bomb? It wasn't really that many. Look at the picture with Einstein and all, Fermi, etc. There were 30 people in that room.
I think we're slowly learning. I think they are or did open up a plant in Texas or
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. You got to diversify. You can't. I remember eBay wanted to make a backup server for their server, and their emergency plan, and they said, "Well, where are you going to put it?" "Oh, on the third floor of the same building." "Oh, okay." That's your earthquake redundancy system. Put it on the third floor, a little further from the earth.
I was watching an interview on the streets with some Taiwanese people, and they were asked like, "Do you want to leave?" And they're like, "No, this is my home."
Right.
So like all of the workers, like that's why it's much harder to move the entire plant because the
Right.
workers
Right.
like just like I don't want to leave. Like can you
Well,
ask somebody come and ask you to just leave a place that you love? Like it's not easy.
86% of their workers are worth 10 million or more. And I think that over 30% are worth close to 50 million.
What's that? Not. I've had Americanized version of Taiwanese food,
Yeah.
so not authentic. No. Nice.
I don't see much similarity between Japanese and Chinese. I lived there for 20 years. 10 and
Mixed. Yeah, like a hybrid.
no. Japanese food is entirely different. You really wouldn't, it would be like, I don't know.
I mean, how much can you? Seafood is
Yeah.
seafood.
They're so dissimilar.
That's because we all your base belong to us. Well, if they were superior, they wouldn't have needed our help. This is what frustrates me of why we're foes with China when we totally saved their butt in World War II or pre-World War II. It's like, did you guys forget about that? Like, what's going on? Like, I know, but man, Japan was just raping and pillaging their country, and we went in there and said, "No, we're gonna cut your oil off." Yeah, but we don't forget when the French the French did, helped us out in the Revolutionary War. We always bring that up. I mean, World War II really wasn't that long ago if you think about it. I know, but I'm just saying, as far as remembering what we did for them, I don't really think it was that far away. Well, I mean, that's why I was saying the superior comment. We've done more in our 250 plus years than they've done in their 5,000. To the United States? Mongolians mixed with Aztecs? Is that what you're saying? Well, there's plenty of evidence that came from the South too. I'm talking about Native American Indians. If you check the bloodlines, a lot of it is South American. Is that was that a long you were in? Well, okay, so you bought before the split, is what you're saying. Yeah, well, I bought my Nvidia at 11, and I still haven't sold it. It's such a good stock, man. It's such a good investment. I wanted to sell it. They got kind of scary this year. It was scary, went down to 90 when after it split, but it was a good dip opportunity. Yeah, and I rode both of those. That was stupid, but I don't know, man. I just have a lot of faith that like AI is not going anywhere and it needs to be powered by something. I know, but man, but it's already like found protein sequences that we've been trying to work on to s- um, solve. What am I trying to say? Cure certain diseases we haven't been able to cure. So you don't have to call that inventing. You can use whatever semantics you want to use, but it's already accelerated disease research. Well, I mean, these are real things, man, that I'm seeing. I mean, I work in the field. I work in a company that. Are you out? All right. Yeah, I'm too distracted to do that. I'll screw that up. You obviously, you're day trading it or whatever, you're swing day trading it. And yeah, dedicated, man. No, I know your story. I just didn't know it was Nvidia was one of them. I just don't have I don't have the focus. I would I'd lose more money trading it than I would just staying in it long. Are you? I was gonna say, are you calling me a shitty trader? Yeah. I just know if I had my finger on the trigger for trading it, all of those like sell-offs would have scared me. So I just was like, just leave it alone. So I just DCA. If I see the dips, I'll add to my position, but I won't ever get out of it. I mean, I eventually will someday, but yeah. You don't buy dead cat bounces? Oh, okay. Oh man, I remember AMC crazy. No, I'm just dedicated to this channel now. I know. I don't I just stream this channel. I just stream Dbloc's channel. That's all I do anymore. Yeah.
Wow, I picked some good time to get on. Hey, fantastic. How are you doing? I was just, Qui-Gon's been talking for a while, and we were trying to figure out in chat if he has an open mic or if somebody, I don't know. Or have you been talking to Qui-Gon? Yeah. How are you doing? My phone is talking. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Okay, sorry. How do you want the YouTube on too? I'm sorry, where were we? Oh, right on. No? That's really weird. Oh, really? So how did it get reported?
It's they're probably talking about they can't hear my voice. No, the YouTube channel can't hear my voice. I'm not being streamed to YouTube. You might be. I'm not.
Oh, I accidentally disconnected. I just got back in. Were you talking to me? Oh. What was the question? Oh, dude, I don't even know. Stop. I'm having technical difficulties with all my electronics. Yeah, and I belong.
Chat's going crazy. Look at chat. They only hear one person. They say there's only a one-sided conversation going on.
I thought it was Qui-Gon. I couldn't tell. That's what it sounded like Qui-Gon on my phone. Oh, they can't hear me either?
Oh, they say they can hear us now. There's somebody saying I hate hearing one-sided conversations. So
Well,
Everyone's
that's why
muted
I ended up
because
coming on is
Aeon
because
and
I
Jacket.
ended up coming on because like we were only hearing like I was on YouTube too, and we were only hearing one person talking, and I couldn't tell if it was like somebody talking on the phone and or an open mic or what was going on.
Everyone's muted except Aeon and Jacket.
oh, that's why. So Canada drops digital tax. 21 minutes ago. Made looks
What
like a
time frame?
failed handle to me.
Hold what time frame are you talking about?
Like, what's the cup? I mean, I'm trying. Huh? I don't think so.
I mean, if you vertically stretch your chart, I could see it, but it looks just flat. It doesn't really look like a bottom of a cup going into a handle to me. It looks like I don't know, just weekend shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm not. Are you seeing an inverse cup and handle or a reg? Wait. Like, are you seeing it going with the end result of going up or down? Okay. Uh, oh wait, are you seeing like, okay, so that last hump would be like the cup and then just that little, like the most recent price actions, the handle? Okay. Yeah, I believe the handle would have to go up quite a bit more. It's like usually around 50%, I believe. I'm not very good at cup and handles, but I don't think that's enough of a handle. Not that it couldn't turn into one. What were you saying? Yeah, I don't even know what's happening on this chart right now. Kind of crazy. I mean, it's
What
not outrageously crazy, but
It's usually a continuation pattern. So like if it's the trend is up, and then the cup and handle like is a normal cup and handle. And then if it was inverse cup and handle, that would make more sense because this was coming down. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I guess it could be making a
Yeah,
handle.
I'm pretty
Because
sure by like no stretch of anything could it fall into the lines of a cup and handle. But it's good to keep exploring.
if anything, it looks more like a flag.
Broadening wedge, maybe on the 5-minute. I can't really like talk on Discord and look at my charts because it's on the same phone. But I'm looking at Discord on my other phone, so
I could see a wedge. Flag or a wedge.
it's just been doing nothing for a really long time. That's all I know. Where is the picture? Why am I not seeing the picture? You put it in the bubble chat, you said? Oh, okay. It's just that cup and handle is usually a continuation pattern and we're going sideways. Well, at least as much as I can see in Dbloc's chart. Yeah. Yeah, I do that all the time. I mean, there's a really good chance we could hold that line, but there's a good chance we could go down. And I mean, that would be like one of the strangest looking M's I've ever seen, but I guess you could call it an M if that makes you feel any better. Although I think there's some vectors going to the upside, but it doesn't mean we have to take them now. Yeah, there's definitely a vector. That's a cup and handle? That looks a lot like it, but what? I mean, yes, it does look a lot like that. I just I don't think I've ever seen a cup and handle move off of sideways, but I don't know. I mean, that looks like a head and shoulders kind of more than a cup and handle, but whoever made it drew out a cup and handle. Because you can kind of see shoulder and then another shoulder. And head and shoulders would be a topping pattern. No, I'm talking more like okay, so you have what's considered the handle, and then you have the cup. And then if you were to just make another handle on the other side with those two little, yeah, that would be like the cup, because that would make more sense because it is more of a topping pattern, what's being shown here. And a cup and handle is a continuation pattern, unless, yeah, that's my final answer. Sure. You might want to get some other opinions though, as well. Oh, I've got to remove the sound from this. I just like, where is? Well, I don't think this would be visible on the daily. Oh, yeah, my chart is Blofin, and Blofin, I started using their Coin M perpetual, where you're trading with the coin, and their chart is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 days old. So I only have 9 candles on the daily. I guess I could just look at USDT. Oh yeah, I love them. This is growing on me. Ever since I got Coin M, I'm absolutely in love with them. Coin M. But I mean, they've never really done me wrong or dirty, so I haven't heard the same from other. But yeah, I love Coin M. I mean, that's the best. So I can play with all these coins and have them on oh my god, my brain's not working. Not spot. The one where you don't get liquidated as easily. I'm having a total brain fart. Close. The one where you're using leverage of multiple coins, but you don't have to use multiple coins. And not isolated, the other one. Cross, thank you. Oh my god, I cannot believe I couldn't think of cross. But anyway, moving forward. You can have the on cross, like just the coin, like Doge. I have, put my money, I have Doge on cross, and that just gives me all of the margin. So my liquidation's really low and I don't have to worry about getting liquidated. So I love that. You're playing with the coin, not with your spot. We're still in perpetuals. However, you're playing with the coin, so you're not playing with USDT. in the name of the coin. You're actually playing with the coin itself. I don't know. I've never traded pairs. I'm ashamed to say. Probably a little bit like that. But I mean, except for you're not trading a pair, you're trading it, just it. Yeah. So I mean, USDT would be kind of more like trading pairs. USDT Doge versus just Doge. So maybe the opposite of trading pairs. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, you're just kind of doing the whole borrowing money thing with a greater risk. But because it's kind of off in its own little universe, you know, I can just have the liquidation really low. As long as I don't get greedy, you can play with 1 or 2% of whatever you put in there, and it's a pretty safe play, assuming nothing happens to the exchange. So, and that frees me up to not get liquidated as easily because I have a really bad habit of playing with too many coins at once, and then they get away from me. But having them all kind of so I have like 4 or 5 different coins. I actually moved a little out of my spot wallet um to play with them. But I feel pretty confident because they're all in their own little world, not affecting each other. And so I just play with a tiny little bit of it and I can make money and it can grow or whatever. And I just love it where if they're all together on just USDT, they're all kind of like taking from the same pool and I get liquidated much easier. So this gives me kind of room to breathe, which is why I love Bluffin so much now. Because yes, yes, but I can actually play leverage with it. It's in its own little universe and I can play leverage with it. And I mean, I had quite a bit on my spot wallet, so I probably put about 5% of my spot wallet on. But I mean, with that, I am confident that my rules of no more than 2%, that I can stick with it because I don't mess around like that. It's strange how much different my rules are for USDT than when I'm playing with the coin. I treat it like it's sacred, but I still get to have fun with it, so it's awesome. Yeah, it's not just the money that I'm putting into trade. I mean, this is my sacred account that I'm actually moved some, to my battery might die soon. I think my charger's not working. Maybe I can use this one. Yeah. And that'll leave me not get so now I'll be able to be more responsible with my USDT because I already have other things going on, so I don't have to feel like I have to do as much with it. But oh shoot, it's 4:47. All right, well, I need to get to bed. It's already past my bedtime. You still there? All right. If I can figure out how to turn this off. Good night. Nice talking to you.
Morning, beautiful people. Got a little more movement. Interesting. Let's see what happens at market open, I guess, huh? So we went down and we literally touched the CME gap that Dbloc got drawn right there on his chart. Just landed on it, and now it's bouncing off of that. What are they doing?
Come on, baby. Give us the real move today. Just blast off today. Come on, just do it. Just keep blasting off. Like, it's not a secret. We all know you want to do it. Come on, just blast off already. Just gonna frickin' send it. Ultra mega pump it today.